I know one thing. This joint sure is good after a long day of hard work.
You ever tried any of that hard day's work?
What?
You ever tried any of that hard day's work? I think it's called day's work.
No, I don't drink.
It ain't beer. It's chewing tobacco. Days.
I ain't never heard of it.
Days of work is a square plug.
Hell yeah. Shit grab you by the boo-boo. June-bug, you been gnawing on that shit?
Yeah, I tried it back in the days of work. The old red man told him.
Hell yeah. Day's work, Levi Garrett plug, had that cotton mold twist.
Yeah.
Well, that cotton mold twist, that shit was, damn.
Yeah, I remember when I was a little kid, the first time I ever tried was that old red man in the pouch. My grandpa used to chew that and he switched over to beech nut. I used to ask him all the time when I was a little kid, what is that, Grandpa? He says, candy. Won't somebody give me some of that? And I fucking puked everywhere.
Yeah, my great-grandpa chewed that red man. He spit in always had a vegetable can with the label peeled off of it. He spit in.
Yeah, that's what my grandpa had in the house, and in his pickup truck, he had one of them spittoons.
Oh shit, the hypo got Gary's kinfolk over here. Got him over here hemmed up.
Hell yeah, I wish you motherfuckers would shut up. Every time I come home from work, you motherfuckers on here talking.
You must be talking about that rattlesnake motherfucker that never shuts the fuck up.
He told me.
No, I'm the one making fun of you fucking crybabies.
It's like everybody that ever drives through Oklahoma City knows that you're a fucking retard and never shut the fuck up.
Shut up, poor boy.
Well, poor little guy. Everybody that knows me knows I work for a living. I ain't on here all day, and I ain't out here at night. I'm on here for a few hours, you know, before I go to bed. Talk on the weekends a little bit. But you motherfuckers, man, y'all got it in your mind that I'm on here 24/7. But, you know, really, your dumb ass is on this motherfucker more than I am.
I just sit here on my big fat ass at this indentation in my couch and collect my welfare check and tell the rest of the world how hard I work all day.
Oh, man. I get a welfare check. Can I get a welfare check?
Can I get a who on
Shit, I wished I could get me a welfare check and keep my job, but work and collect that welfare check. That'd be pretty nice.
Now, you want to suck these nuts, boy?
Just put them in your mouth then, suck them.
Damn it. They say I'm sitting on the couch collecting welfare. Huh. I bet you that motherfucker couldn't hang with me one day. He'd be fucking wore smooth out. He'd be begging to go back holding that steering wheel.
Oh shit, I'm laughing my ass off, man. You gotta quit that shit. I gotta breathe, dude.
Well, you really think I don't have a job and I collect welfare and all that shit? Is that what you got pictured in your mind?
I don't know, you told me you were a truck driver one time, and then you told me you work on generators and then some other bullshit, so you can't keep the fucking story straight. Yeah, I don't think you have a job.
What the hell? I'm a truck driver for my job. That's what I got hired to do. In the 17 years that I've been over there, hell, I went from driving their truck to tearing shit down. Now I run the machine shop, the small motors, fucking all kinds of rewind, all kinds of crap. Yeah, I just sit on my ass at my house and collect welfare. Boo-hoo-hoo.
Now, if you were to have told me that you go down and suck dicks on Black Welder for a living, I probably would have believed that. I don't believe any other fucking thing you say.
Well, I don't really give a shit. Everybody that knows me knows what the hell I do. They know where I work. I mean, good grief, guy, it ain't no big secret, but people like you got this shit in your mind. You think everybody's on welfare but you, because you hold a steering wheel.
Is that all you do?
No. The past couple of days I've been getting a lot of windshield time, but nah, most time I'm in the shop working on shit.
Yeah, well, have fun with that. We'll talk shit the next time I see you.
Damn, guy, you ain't never seen me.
You have yourself a fantastic fucking weekend.
Get you a better radio, motherfucker. You might be able to talk shit a little longer, you son of a bitch.
Hell yeah, as long as it don't rain me out, I'm gonna grill some sirloin steaks. Smoke a big old fat joint.
I wondered when you were gonna do that.
no entertainment from one side of town to the other side of town now. That's from one block to the next.
Yeah, that guy right there, he's a prime example of what I've described. They all got this shit in their mind. They think everybody, just 'cause they hear you on the radio, in a loud radio, and been hearing you for quite a while, they get mad and start saying you're on welfare. You don't do nothing but sit on your couch.
Must be nice.
Hell, I wished I got some of that free shit. Maybe I could afford to be driving around in some of that brand new stuff and be on welfare.
Hell yeah, we're in Dominic Range. Hell yeah.
I know a few of them welfare recipients, and they got like brand new, you know, they're nice cars, pretty new, and always getting all kinds of free shit all the time. And here I go to work all the fucking time, and I don't get it. How the fuck's these and then I drive down 25th Street, right by that fucking welfare office over there, and you look at them vehicles outside that motherfucker. Motherfucker, what the hell you driving some shit like this, get out of a fucking car with gold rings and all this, and you're going into a motherfucking welfare office begging for shit. What the fuck?
Yeah, exactly. Got brand new cars and shit.
I drove by there today, and that's exactly what I seen. I don't know, some people get that free ride in life. They just lazy motherfuckers, I guess. Hell, ever since I was legal age to work, hell, I was working before that, but it was under the table. And then when I got old enough to legally work, hell, I'm about fucking tired of working. And it's kind of depressing when you see all these motherfuckers like that ass clown was talking about, sitting on your couch and fucking 500 pounds and not giving a shit 'cause you get your old head check or whatever every fucking month. Ain't a care in the fucking world. And I'm like, what the fuck? I know I got enough fucking credits to retire, but they won't let you retire until you're 65 or 67 or whatever the hell it is now. I checked in on that, and it was like over a decade ago. And it's been a long, long time ago. And I wasn't too far from it then. So I know I'm well over it now. And that Social Security, dude, they fucking take a big old chunk every paycheck. And then the federal and the state takes their little measly shit.
Yeah, when you get on Social Security, then they take all the way from about $200 off your check and goes your premium. There you go. No matter what you get, all of a sudden they take $200 off the top.
Shit. I only got 15 more years. Or 14, 15, somewhere in there. But I'm sure by the time I get pretty close to that, they're gonna up the ante and you gotta be 85 before you can retire.
Yeah, if you did, you wouldn't get your full benefits.
But then you're already paying 85% taxes on everything.
Hell yeah. I don't know what the fuck I'm sitting there watching this shit on YouTube. 1,000 cockroaches versus 1,000 ants.
What the fuck?
Who would win? They got one. They put one ant and one roach under this glass jar thing. That ant's chasing that motherfucker around.
Oh yeah.
You're trying to use history to say about the fucking highways or roads. Stay off channel fucking 19. Thank you, please.
What the fuck's he crying about?
I don't know. It's one of them damn fools watch too many damn movies.
Get the fuck on down to the trucker channel then, you son of a bitch. You don't want to talk on 19. Yeah, we talk on 19.
Oh hell, another smoking bandit.
Hell yeah. You know, that shit's on like every weekend. Well, it was there for a while. Them truck stops, they play that shit during the weekends.
Oh, damn, that makes 2 of them crying in less than 15 minutes.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you them damn movies brainwash you. You think that shit's real.
Well, people saying that you can't be talking on 19 unless you got a big foot.
No, anybody can talk on 19, but we got these people that think they're in a movie, and they try to run people off the channel. Oh, you can't talk on this channel. You know, anybody can talk on here. We're not saying you can't talk on here, but that's what these ass clowns are saying.
Yeah, it seems they always seem to do that once in a while. Yeah, we've always been talking on this channel for, what, decades?
Yeah, for decades out here. Hell, if none of us were talking out here, it'd be dead quiet. It'd be like you was outside the city, not hearing a damn thing.
Yeah, most of them, you don't hear nothing anyway, so they get up in the big city or something, hear somebody talking, want to bitch about it.
I heard voices. Woke my ass up. California to the mountains, it's fucking snowing here, pretty quiet. It's scary as hell, it's on that north, dark coast
Hell yeah, this fucking dog's nutting out. He don't know what to do. I bought him a big old bag of different size tied knot rope shit. These rope balls. And I started opening up the bag, started dropping them on the floor. He's like picking them up. He was trying to put them all in his mouth at one time. He's already, and he ain't even had them but a couple hours since I've been home. He's already chewing one of them rope balls up, already busting it open.
Yeah, my ex-old lady had one of them blue pit bulldogs. We get them old squeaky toys, and that'd be the first thing. Boy, she'd tear that some bitch up trying to find that squeaker. Once she got that squeaker out, it was over with. She didn't want nothing else to do with it.
Trying to get rid of that fucking noise. Dude, it don't matter what the hell we've got. We bought stuff says, oh, for aggressive chewers and all this shit, and it'll last a long time. Like 10 minutes. Hell, that motherfucker, dude, he's out there carrying around logs that part of my tree. Just out there fucking stripping the bark off of them and shit.
About a screaming eagle.
Screaming eagle?
What's going on, man? Anything?
That's a fucked up road there, parking lot. That's just an accident. Just trying to get some work done here real quick. That's just getting off.
I'll be here when you need me.
And 10 for it.
Hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello.
I'm on radio.
check.
Yeah.
This thing sound okay, Snake?
Yeah.
10-4. Hello, 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 come on, come in. Hello, 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 hello.
Ain't getting out.
I hear you in there. Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, hello, hello. If you hear me, then your radio will be working. Gunslinger 244, standing by for short.
Boy, Gunslinger, I got you in there.
Now, how's it going your way?
Oh, not bad. You getting any rain over there yet? Hello, 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 hello.
No wind, it's just still pretty over here where I'm at.
I can barely hear you, but I am hearing you. You can barely hear me?
No, it's not raining. It's still pretty nice.
No, that was Gunslinger I was talking to. I hear you fine out there. 10-4. Well, you got a good signal, get out of there.
Yeah.
10-4.
Oh, come on. I call it my valley.
Well, Gunslinger, you sound like you're down in that hole again.
Yeah, clear, Roger. That's what I said. I'm in my valley. Come on. Yeah, I'll definitely be in my hole.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna run barefoot for a while now.
Anyway, Gunslinger, weak mobile in the valley. We're 10-7 standing by.
Hello. Snake, is this? Hello, hello. Snake, this thing sound okay? Okay. Hello, has anybody got a copy?
Yeah, I hear you.
Does this thing sound as good as that other one?
It's more understandable.
TM4?
Oh, Kamala Harris told the Democrats to act like elephants in an earthquake.
Hello, hello, hello,
Get the pack and run.
Yeah, I thought it was funny as hell. I hooked up 2 PA speakers to my radio today. Put one speaker at one side of the house, one speaker at the other, and that dog didn't know which way to go. Damn, it got quiet out here.
without a doubt it.
Audio 1-2, audio 1-2-3. See it playing down the gains a little better. Audio 1-2-3, 1-2-3. Yeah, that's good enough.
I just got a text from Big Time. I guess he's in the hospital. Doctor said he had a heart attack. He's got to do some more tests in the morning.
Damn it, that's bad news. Guess you just never know, man.
No, that's right. Well, everybody kind of keep old Big Time in your prayers. Hopefully he gets done with all that without any major issues.
Yeah, definitely. What hospital did he go to?
I think he was at the Oklahoma Heart Hospital or something on the south side. I'm not sure where that's at. I mean, I know where one is on the north side, but he was telling me yesterday he was going to the one on the south side.
Yeah, that Oklahoma Heart Hospital, it's a good facility. Integris has got a good heart hospital also.
I'll have to say a prayer for the man tonight, that's for sure.
Said something about
has to do a Catholic or something in the morning. So I guess we'll find out.
Oh, yeah. Grab some of that turkey on my turkey. Let me whip that salami.
Ain't no doubt about it.
All right.
Yeah, I had a couple projects I had to do. I leaned against my desk and the unhold side started to come off. I had to reinforce it. Then I was trying to put this little organizer together, you know, for like nuts, screws, and such. And they had marked the little pieces that separate, you know, you were making compartments. They had marked them wrong. And for a minute I thought I had to call NASA to figure this out.
Yeah, need a schematic for your schematic, huh?
I mean, all they are is little plastic piece that you just, you know, slide it a little groove, and you know, it makes your compartment as big as you want or as small as you want. And they're marked front and back, but they marked the back one front and the front one back. And I couldn't, it wouldn't work right, so I said, well, I'm going to try the reverse, and I tried it, and it started working. Man, through all that, I need a cigarette.
Yep. Well, like my dad said, if at first you don't succeed, beat the hell out of it. It's bound to work.
Yeah, my old man told me just get a bigger hammer.
That's exactly why I like the drums, man. It's the only thing I can beat the hell out of and not have to worry about going to jail.
I'll catch you in a little bit. I'm going outside.
All right, man, be careful. Slap the jerky on my turkey and with that salami. Oh yeah, slap that jerky on my turkey. Let me whip that salami. That sounds like a whoopee cushion.
Another radio check out here. Another radio check out here. They're open. Another radio check out here. They're open.
Can't even tell we disappeared, can you?
I thought so myself. On my trailer? Oh, thank God.
If you'd have done that pre-trip, you would have known, baby.
Probably just jam something inside there on the top or something and hold it still.
Dale más, bro. Yeah, I'll tell you when to stop. That's good.
That motorcycle almost ate the shit out of the back end of that silver.
I'm out of smoking, yo.
This one or the first one?
The first one, yeah, just turn yourself out of the way.
Yo, black nigga named Joe.
Well, damn then, where are all the black girls at?
Over at 19th and Martin Luther King. Guy over there named Gary Ferris, he's got a big fat pussy.
I'll tell you where they're not at.
Well, I don't care where they're not at. I'm trying to go off Martin Luther King, baby.
The guy over there named Gary Ferris, he's got a big old fat juicy pussy on him.
Yeah, he's got a camel.
Yeah, go ball and that bitch. She never even know you there.
I don't know, he claims to have a big old set of nuts. I think he's got a 2-inch dick though.
Would you rather have a big set of nuts and a small dick, or a big dick and a small set of nuts?
Can't complain, you got both.
Hey, I don't know what it's like for either one of those.
Hey, some of them girls like them big old nuts on somebody.
They told me if I had an inch more, I'd be a king. If I had an inch less, I'd be a queen. Come on.
Gary's got a camel toe.
But it smells like chicken grease too.
I like chicken.
Chicken grease. That old shit. That couple day old shit. Like a Long John Silver's. So Gary puts in his afro, his pube afro. Damn, one of them Iranian chicken holes. You looking for some grade A trim? Hell, I guess I lost you. Gonna say you go over there on Robinson Street. It's that grade A over there.
What the hell are you doing, Gizmo?
Trying to point him in the direction of some grade A trim there, come on.
Find out what grade A trim looks like?
No, point him in the right direction to get him some grade A trim, come on.
Oh, okay. Trying to send him down to Robinson?
Yeah.
He'll get grade A something.
Oh, show. Boy, them fucking mosquitoes are out bad.
Yeah, buddy. They've got plenty of breeding ground to stay on.
Just went over to a friend's house of mine and opened the passenger door up, about 50 of them son of a bitches swarmed up my shit.
Damn.
They're probably still biting the fuck out of me.
I'm glad mosquitoes don't fuck with me.
They got that good blood.
Dude, I can be sitting in an area where everybody else is swaying, swatting, slapping, and spraying shit. I can be there without my shirt and not get touched once. Huh? Well, whatever it is, they don't fuck with me.
Got that old negative. They must like that shit.
I don't know what mine is, but fuck, I ain't ever had a mosquito or a tick, either one. Fuck with me.
I don't think they'll fuck with Gary either. He's got that sickle cell shit.
Damn it. I know I produce too much blood. I have to go get it removed every once in a while. Get the extra took off.
What?
Yeah, I produce too much. I have to go in every so often and they take blood off of me, take it away out of me.
Oh, blood. Well, I was looking at my phone, but for some reason I thought you was talking about the bottom of your feet.
Talking about what?
I have no idea, but from that, I could have swore you said something about the bottom of your feet. You gotta get the skin cut off or taken down or something. I don't know. I was reading my phone.
Damn. They call it therapeutic phlebotomy. They go in there and they basically just take a pint of blood off of me, pat me on the head, and send me home.
That's probably all I heard out of that therapeutic something.
Phlebotomy.
Yeah, I don't know. I probably heard therapeutic and then thought I heard something about the fucking nail salon or something. I don't know.
Damn.
I heard Gary had a pap smear.
That son bitch's pap's already smeared. He done pap smeared his fucking hands. Call him Pappy Smear.
He's done wore the fingerprints off his fingers by now.
Snake, you still in there? Yellow. Damn, where's everybody at tonight?
Your guess is as good as mine.
I was gonna buy some damn electronic parts, but the fucking shit's went up. Fucking outrageous.
Testing.
They said all that tariff shit starting to hit May 1st.
Yep, you can't even buy fucking relays from Fat Boy right now. No.
Damn.
Said he's marking them all sold out until he can update the prices.
Or if they had it like
Transistors, I think they already went up.
we turned more than 1,900 in every other hole except it was
Now you better open up a little bit, huh?
It's not an ungodly amount, I don't think. I think it might have been a few bucks. I think a few bucks more for 2879s maybe.
Right.
But hell, still, it's a little bit of money if you buy several of them.
still at the dealership.
Let's see what they are.
I guess Bart said that stuff. He said he was like 109 and it wasn't time or something.
Damn it. 3450 now.
Damn, what were they?
Fuck. I want to say $30, maybe 29. I don't remember. I just bought two of them not too long ago when Hippie bought his. He probably knows exactly how much that was in.
Right.
I think I gave him $60 for two of them, and that was shipping in a little bit shipping.
Imagine what was here.
They might have been $28, I think.
Well, I went up a little bit.
That day I passed here, I got pulled over.
Man, fucking ridiculous. My big question is, when this tariff shit goes away, if it does, are they going to lower their prices back down or keep them fucking where they're at?
Well, I think right now they're gouging up to see what they can get it up to and what people are willing to pay.
Well, I mean, they're going to have to, you know what I mean? Some of that shit they're going to have to pay for.
Yeah.
No one going to stop buying it, they're just going to raise their prices up.
Yeah, and if it has anything to do with a company that's on the stock market, well, we already know the rest of the story.
Hey, where's the nearest bingo parlor? I need a date tonight.
Straight west of your house.
I'll let him run off and leave me, man.
I mean, it might be a dude, but you probably get a date. Just don't go grab him for anything.
Yeah, I got thrown out of the last titty bar I was in because I threw with my hands, you know. That was all bad. Just kidding. Never been in a titty bar.
What?
Never been to one. I've only been in a bar maybe 3 times in my life, tops.
Oh, Tim.
Never met a hooker. Never met a stripper. Never been to a titty bar. I probably met like 100,000 hookers and strippers, just don't know it though.
They're all the same.
Yeah, my dad said that too. Standing on the head, they all look the same. Yeah, I don't really like the one-night stands either. They only last about 15 minutes. I'm lying. Actually, it's more like 2, but yeah.
Well, I guess there's no twinkle toes tonight. So this is a good Thursday night.
Today was a good day.
Hell yeah, we deserve a quiet evening.
Yeah, I haven't heard twinkle toes out there at all today, not one time.
Yeah, he got out there last night about 10:30, 11, somewhere in there. He must have passed out. He's pretty fucked up. But he always is.
Every time I've ever heard him, he was.
Yep. Back in the day, before he, 4 or 5 years ago, 6 years ago, before he started his bullshit, hell, he'd actually listen to other people talk, instead of interrupting them every time. He thinks if somebody asks for a break, they want to talk to him.
Yep.
He really ain't smart enough to realize that nobody wants to talk to him. Nobody cares what he's got to say. It's the same old thing over and over. Which, that's old news. We all know that.
I broke a record the other day.
Yeah, how's my audio on this thing over there? Is it sound alright? Is it up there? Is it down low? Or is it alright?
If I was you, honestly, I wouldn't touch it. I mean, it's loud, it's clear, and it's, I mean, you can understand every sound.
Roger. Yeah, I'm just on a stock mic. I've been looking at my soundboard setup, but hell, I never could keep it right. I'd have it perfect one night, the next night it'd be off. I just don't want to get back into that again.
Yep. Well, I decided I'm going to leave that box off for a while and just do barefoot. You know, just kind of give it a break once in a while, you know?
Yeah. You know, I noticed today, and this is the first time that I've noticed that it's happened in a long time. There wasn't no skip hardly a call today. Man, I was just sitting there listening. Had my earphones on there laying on the couch. Man, I could hear people talking 15, 20 miles away.
Yeah, it was quiet out there today, that's for sure.
Yeah, I was thinking, man, that's the old CB radio back in the late 70s, early 80s. That's the way it was, man. You could take a 4-watt radio and talk 20 miles. That's on mobile with a good antenna, good old steel whip.
Yeah, I had a buddy up north, man, that had one of those 102-inch stainless steel whips on his car. He was running...
You can't beat a 102-inch whip.
Damn, because it made that antenna turn red.
Damn it. You know, I've heard stories about that. People keyed up the radio, put the big amp on it, and them old antrons and big sticks and drying them out. Kind of funny. But yeah, man, my antenna turns red. I'm giving it up.
Yeah, that 102-inch stainless steel whip that old boy had, it blew red at the top of it. It was, I mean, you could probably light a cigarette off it. It was so hot.
Hey man, anything's possible. You put enough power into it, anything is possible.
That's what's good about those 102-inch stainless steel whips, man. They take, I mean, you can put pretty much anything you want through that, you know? To your point, I'm sure.
Oh yeah. You know, you can max any antenna out. That's like the old big sticks. They had a 50 ohm resistor in them. You put too much in them, it'd blow that resistor, but you could cut the antenna apart, and you'd go in there and put another resistor in there. But I don't think you can buy them big old resistors nowadays.
Yeah, you can buy some pretty good size ones.
You know, them things were about a ½ inch in diameter and quarter to 3/8 of an inch in diameter and about an inch long, that 50 ohm load or resistor.
Yeah, they got some hybrid ones now that's pretty good size. I got some that's hell, I think 200 watt, something like that maybe.
Yeah, I really don't know. I've heard people say you can only put so much wattage into an antenna, but man, I tell you what, I really don't know the theory on that. I did burn a fire stick up one time, and it was just, I was running an old 2-type PAL. Hell, it wasn't doing but about 500 or 600 watts, but I had 2 fire sticks on there, and I turned the wire, the copper wire up there at the top, I turned it black.
A 2 PAL mobile?
Yeah, 2-type PAL mobile.
Yep. Was it tan color?
Man, I can't remember. It had 4 tubes on it. I had a watt meter sitting on top of it. I had it in a 77 Chevrolet pickup I bought brand new. Had 2 batteries in it. But I lost interest there back there about the 80s. And a truck driver come through there one day and he was looking at my setup. He said, I'd buy that Palomar from you, that PAL, the 2-type. I sold it to him, I think $100 or something like that.
For a 350M?
No, I think it was a PAL 550 or 450, something like that, or 400 PAL. It didn't say Palomar now, it said a PAL. 400, I think it was.
Yeah, I got a PAL at the house. Big one.
Yeah, it was a badass little mobile in here, though. I guarantee it to you, man. I tell you what, I'd keep that sucker keyed down very long. My headlights would go dim. I run 2 batteries, but I wasn't smart enough to figure out I need to put a higher amp alternator on it.
They made a 350 mobile and a 500 mobile.
It may have been a PAL 350. I think that's what it was, a PAL 350. But it'd do about 400 or 500.
Oh, yeah.
Man, I don't remember what it did keyed or swung or anything like that, but it got out good.
It's 189.50 driving 3 89.50s.
You know, that sounds about right. The 8950s, I believe, is what was in it.
Yeah, same tubes, Mako amps. A lot of them use them. I got a, what is that one? I got a Mako tube mobile amp that's probably similar to the one you had. I think it's a 4-tuber.
Now listen here, I got it from my brother-in-law, but he got it from a truck driver. He used to live over off of he was back west of I-35 on 66th Street, and I can't remember his handle, but he used to stop out there in California on a hill, and he'd talk back and forth up here to his family. I think his daughter was a Georgia girl. I can't remember his handle, but damn it, I wish I could remember his handle.
Yeah, I got two Mako amps, and they both got 8950s in them.
Man, them mobile amps and tubes is all I used to run on my mobiles. Boy, they get hot, get to squealing. When they start squealing, you is talking good. Set your cup of coffee on it and keep it warm.
Actually, my mobile's a 5-tube. It's two 6JR6s driving 3 8950s.
Yeah, you know, I'd be scared to put a tube pipe in these new cars, all this electronic stuff they got. Because those tube pipes, they do splatter. Man, can you imagine what they do to some of that stuff for these cars, these new ones?
Yeah.
I had a 67 Chevrolet, man, it burned out all my gauges running that thing. Fuel gauge, heat gauge. And it's just an old 67 Chevrolet, but it burned all that stuff up.
Hell yeah. Someone, I don't remember if it was, I got the mobile amp, well, I got the mobile and the bass amp off my grandpa. But I want to say he told me one time that when he bought that mobile amp, it came with an alternator, an upgraded alternator.
Hey, I believe it. There used to be a guy down at a Boer fixer, and his son took over, and he's pretty popular too, but he's gotten old. My old fixer used to hook me up, help me tune everything up.
Fixer?
Yeah, his son had a CV radio shop down there too. He took it over. Can't remember what his son's handle was. Damn, I'm getting old, but his boy, when he took it over, then he got to where he couldn't do anything anymore.
No, Mike Kelly?
Yeah, Mike Kelly.
Yeah, I can't remember what he's got. He's got the shakes real bad.
Yeah, his dad's handle was Fixer. Back in the 70s, early 80s, he was a damn good setting that stuff up. That's who I ordered my amp from. Matter of fact, my transistor. I think it was 1 driving 3. Had low, medium, and high on it. It'd get it.
What was it?
I still got it. I don't remember the name of it. It's just a black box, but You know, I don't think it's got a name on it. But it has a receive and AM and sideband, and it has a low, medium. No, maybe it's just low and high. And then it had a off and on switch.
Back in the 70s?
Yeah. Late 70s, early 80s. I'm sitting here looking at it. I think it's still good, if I remember right.
There's a little skinny long end?
Yep. About 3 inches tall, about 10 inches wide, and about 16 inches long. Hope them girls out there ain't listening. They think we're talking about something else.
Yeah.
All right, talking about this mobile amp I got back in the late 70s, early 80s. That's what I was afraid them girls might hear me talking like that, and they'd be thinking I was talking about something else. Yeah, they'd be over there beating on my door, you know it. That ain't Bobo, is it? Yeah, you're way down, Bobo, but no, I hear you just fine. Hell yeah. You out there mobile? Roger that. You're usually a lot louder, but I ain't having no problem hearing you. But it is a quiet evening. Hell yeah, we all my duck every now and then. It could be on my end too. Man, I ain't looked at my antenna in a while, a few days. It was leaning to the south pretty bad. I hope it didn't go over and lean over to the flat side. Yeah, I think we got something coming in early in the morning. I don't know, sometime around 3 or 4 o'clock.
Yeah, they're saying sometime after midnight.
Yeah, my granddaughter, she tells me, she said, you be sure to watch that weather. Man, I tell you what, she thinks she knows it all about this weather forecast business. How's that little one of yours doing over there, Zodiac?
Good.
Well, good. Tell her I said hi. She's a little sweetheart.
10-4.
Yeah, she's my buddy.
Yeah, she's asleep right now, but I'll tell her tomorrow.
Yeah, she reminds me a lot of my grandbaby, my granddaughter, because I tell you what, she's pretty intelligent talking. I mean, when you talk to her, it's like talking to a grown-up.
Yeah.
She'll tell you about it, too. She'll sit and talk to you just like she's a little young lady. Hey, you don't want to get her a dog, do you?
No, I don't think so.
I got 5 new bullies over here. Got that. They're bully bred, but it's a different kind of bully. I mean, I think the daddy's a bulldog, or damn it, I can't think what it's called. Little bitty bulldog, though. But there's 5 of them. Hell, I might get around and send you some pictures just in case.
Will do.
How much are they?
They're free. I ain't gonna charge nobody for a dog. No, they're free as long as they go to a good home. The mama dog, boy, she's a sweetheart. The daddy, he's I can't think of what he's called, but he's a bull terrier or something like that.
Boston Bull Terrier.
Yeah, little stocky built little dude. He's kind of cocky though.
I used to have one of them. Well, they are. They got a lot of spirit.
Yeah, and the mama, she's just a little bully. She's not very big, but she's got a good heart, boy. She's good natured. She takes pretty good care of these puppies, and she's not protective over them. Hell, my old dog, they come in here and they lay down with her, and then yet my other big dog, he's a male. They come in here and they lay down with him, and they all take care of each other. Yeah, they might weigh, she might weigh 60, 70 pounds at the most. And he might weigh, the daddy might weigh about the same, but he's not as big as she is.
Damn, that's about the size of my damn coonhound.
I think they're 4 weeks old tomorrow. 3 or 4 weeks old tomorrow. I never seen puppies though take up with, like my old dog. She's probably 18, 19 years old. And they come in here and lay down with her. She cuddles up with them, and they act like that's their grandma. Yeah, I got them puppies in there, the little pen, little cage there, and we put them to bed as hell. She comes in here and sleeps at the foot of my bed. But they got that little, I don't want to call them a pit bull dog, but they got that little bully body, you know, little, I don't know, it looks like they're strutting when they're walking.
The stubby body.
Yeah. They kind of walk like an old boy's been working out the way he slings his arms.
What?
Good afternoon over there, Moondog. Waving a hand at you there, AK.
Yeah.
Do you figure out what happened to your antenna?
Yeah, that friggin' bottom part that I made a mold for 5 years ago. I made it out of that, I don't know what the hell that shit was. It was like a 2-part thing. Put it in a caulking gun. It was like 2 sides and it mixes together. Some kind of fucking epoxy shit. But it sheared it off right where that dome on the bottom of the penetrator, where your gun match hooks up to.
Boy, if you figure out how to make them where they don't break, then you should patent it, because that's what mine needs.
Yeah. I've been thinking, I want to buy me one of them mini lathe. And hell, I could make them on that lathe. Buy the material. Hell, I could turn them out. But, I don't know, I still got my silicone mold I made. I just had to drill out the center of it and shit, and drill the holes where that bolt goes through.
Get a blueprint drawn up and some material. I know somebody's got some CNC equipment.
Man, I think I got some of that material, about a 2.5 inch by 2.5 inch piece of heavy duty stock. It's about 1 foot long that come from GM.
You got a program and hit cut.
Yeah, my friend, he was a tool maker out there where GM was open. Hell, he used to make that shit. He could make a tool or anything you needed. you know, working on cars or something, need a special tool. He'd go to work, next day come home, bring it by here. Hey, I made you a tool.
Yeah, you used to could do that shit. Not anymore.
Yeah, they found on that now, don't they?
Yep.
I hope I didn't say he worked for Tinker, I can't remember, but no, he worked for GM. When GM was open, he was a tool maker.
Yeah, all of them the same way too.
Tell you what, he was a smart dude. He used to build his own antenna brackets for his mobile. Man, they were cooler than hell. He'd have them suckers where you could unpin them and lay them down.
Yo, Snake.
Yeah.
How much current is that 2x4 drop?
What?
That 2x4.
What about it?
How much current does it drop? Balls to the wall.
Oh, I don't know, not very much. I'd have to hook up my other microphone to drive it harder. But I don't think it's very much, 30, 40 amps maybe.
Yeah, probably 40. See the peak on it.
That's it?
Radio drive, yeah. I mean, you don't need anything else. Yeah, that's about it. Hell, my Sweet 16's only drawing 40. Radio drive only.
Hell yeah! Yeah, I don't even remember what that 2x8. I had it hooked up to here, and this just 250 amp supplies wired together. It held it.
Damn.
Yeah, my 2x8 will pull probably 110 on the max.
Wave it in there, Dr. Bob.
Roger that. Waving back, Moondog. Say a little old prayer for old Big Time tonight when you go to bed. He's, I talked to him, but the doctor said he had a heart attack, I guess yesterday or something. He went to he's at the heart hospital, but they're going to run some more tests on him.
Yeah, I seen that on Facebook there. Hell, his blood pressure, 100 over 115 or something like that.
Down to 100 and something over 20.
Anyway, I just thought I'd relay message in case y'all didn't know about it.
Hey, I appreciate it. Yeah, I like old Big Time. He's good people.
Yeah, I've seen that post too, another guy, damn.
And all that fishing he done, fish fry stuff. Hell, he been fishing, I think, all last week. He sure enjoys that fishing, I know that. Boy, he puts out some good pictures. The catching part and the eating part.
Yeah, it looked like they was eating a bunch of goddamn gas station barbecue, too.
No, they cooked it down there.
Damn all that, no wonder he's having a heart attack.
Well, you don't have to eat that much. But yeah, if you can't eat what you want, you might as well be dead. Sitting there looking at it ain't gonna... You know what I mean.
Hippies, he got any family around?
I think he got a son. That's all I know about.
I didn't even know he had a son.
Roger.
I get a kick out of his niece. She calls him Elvis. And I met him at swap meet about 30 years ago. That's back when Channel 23 was booming.
That's where I met him for the first time. I really didn't meet him, you know what I mean? The first time I really met him, I recognized him from the flea market.
Well, that's kind of the way it was out there with me. He bought a radio from me. And I didn't really know who he is until we got to talking. And after that, he'd come by there and talk to me, told me who he was. But I really didn't know his handle yet until I started talking to him on the radio more.
Yeah, roger that.
Him and them other guys up on 23, they was big strappers back in the day even.
Hell, I've known of him for a long time. Hell, he was dating a friend of mine's aunt for many years. We kind of knew each other by proxy.
I know some guys out there in Midwest City that know him, or been in bars with him. You didn't mess with him or his brother.
Yeah, Raymond's kind of crazy.
I don't know about crazy, but if you got into it with him, you'd remember it.
You don't fuck with a concrete man anyway.
Hell yeah. You know, he was pouring concrete out there for my boss, and I didn't even know who he was. He drove a concrete truck. Hell, we was out there bullshit and stuff. I didn't know he even had a CB.
Yeah, I think he worked for one of them paving outfits. Sit there and do that hand curve, and I guarantee you don't fuck some old boys do that hand curve.
Yeah, he went full Goddard. Full Goddard, man, he was... Old Big Time was one of his right-hand men.
You sit there and work that 1 and 2 inch mud all fucking day long. It'll put some shit on you.
Hell yeah, that shit ain't wet. It's drier than hell. You gotta put some muscle into it.
So she said.
Really dry, huh?
2 inch lump.
Damn June bug crashed in here twice already, and I throwed it out, and the son of a bitch is back again.
What's June bug doing over there?
Oh no, he just keeps flying in the back door.
Is he on his tricycle?
No, he's got wings.
Yeah, right there, joyride.
Oh, he got wings. He's drinking them Red Bulls.
607 New York, sitting on the side.
Twice, but damn it. Yeah, I had to put an end to it there when he come and landed him on my beer trying to drink it. Enjoy right on your side of town tonight.
That's what you ought to do there, Moondog. Pour some out in a saucer. You know, a little saucer or a little bowl and get him drunk. That way he'll run into a tree.
He'd crash before he got back in here. Look out for that tree!
Sitting on the side.
Who's that sitting on the side? Man, I don't know what my dog is.
607 New York.
One at a time, one at a time.
607 New York.
From Chrysler, New York.
Body water pump there.
Oh, water pump. Was that Rebel talking there a minute ago?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, that 607 New York, I think she's the one in there talking about last night about her uncle or granddad passed away.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm the one related to 626, Oklahoma.
Yeah, 626 was your grandpa or your uncle?
He's my uncle.
66, okay.
Okay, 626, yeah, I got you. Yeah, I talked to you last night. Wave my hand.
How did my going tonight?
I just want to know if she ever went over and slapped the shit out of Gary for us or not.
President Ronald, come on. Yeah, he tried getting there and talk a little smack to her, but she was ahead of him.
Yeah, he was about to get out of line. Well, he was getting out of line, but you know what I mean. He was fixing to go there.
Yeah, Dr. Bob, I think you done a damn good job of putting him in check.
And I don't know why it would. You know that motherfucker ain't gonna come outside.
Well, he knows that you've been there, and he knows if he pushes you, you'll do it again. Get out of my yard!
Audio. Break 19. How about a radio check? Anybody got a copy of the radio?
Yeah, I can hear that radio. It's working.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the come by.
Roger that.
Yeah, Dr. Bob, me saying I'm gonna come over there don't phase him a bit because he knows I ain't. But you saying it does. It does make him think.
Well, it's just 'cause I got my bluff in on him.
Well, you was in the right, he was in the wrong. That's another thing right there. My dad always told me, he said, you know, boy, it's hard to whoop a man when he thinks he's in the right. You don't ever go to another man's house starting trouble. Well, I don't quite agree with that, but if another man keeps calling you out, you show up, that's on him.
That calling me out shit don't even bother me no more 'cause I know he's full of bug shit. But when he goes disrespecting these people that come out here, like he did Ginger and shit like that, that's uncalled for.
You know, Dr. Bob, when you went over there, you didn't go over to fight him. If he knew that, he just got himself carried away, a little schizophrenia going on.
Oh no, I didn't go over there meaning him no harm. I wanted to go over there and prove what I already thought I knew, you know what I mean? And boy, he passed with flying, flying colors. He did exactly what I thought he'd do.
Yeah, he showed his true colors. I think he showed his true colors more than he intended to. He sounded like a little girl.
There that one time sounded like he was almost about to cry, And but, yeah, it was hilarious. Yeah, I didn't go over there to start no bullshit with him. I just wanted to see how he would respond if I pulled up in that old driveway.
Yeah, we all knew that. Well, I knew it anyway. He's the one that come up with you coming over there going to beat him up. You just come over there to actually meet him, I think, is what your intentions were.
No, this shit started about 2 o'clock that day. He started calling me out, talking that smack at me, and I was pissed, but I went over to Phantom's house and was visiting with him for a little bit, and we sat there and listened to him, more or less to him. I said, shit, I'm just going to leave here and drive over there. So when I left Phantom's house, I started talking to him on the radio, telling him to get his fucking clothes on and meet me out there in the front yard.
Yeah, and it wasn't no midnight. It was about 8 o'clock. I don't even think it was 8 o'clock at night. It was probably 7.
It was about 8:45.
Yeah, but to hear him tell it, oh, hippie, you lucky you made it home that night.
It was 10 o'clock at night, and then it's almost 11.
Well, Dr. Bob?
Yeah.
Well, if you ever go over there now, make sure you leave the back door open so those frogs can escape.
Yeah, I ain't gonna go over there no more and waste my time with him.
Yeah, he's just gonna call the law. That's all he's got on his mind, to get you over there and get the law on you. Everybody that's been over has already said that law gets thick after about 10 minutes.
Don't leave your back door open if you go to Gary's.
394, dude.
I ain't no shit.
He'll be trying to sniff it.
Well, I want to give a little shout out to Quick Draw in case he might have that on radio on down there in Blanchard. I know he got his antenna up in there, but anyway, I'm waving.
Yeah, I know why he let you do there, Quick Draw. I didn't know his antenna was down.
Well, I hadn't heard. I know he called up there a week or two ago with Nick. When we went up there, it's been over a year ago to put that PDL up. His boom broke, or not the boom, but the tower broke. So he's redone all that. So I guess he's got it up in the air now.
Yeah, he used to talk to that guy down there south of Chickasha a lot. He used to keep them beams pointed that way. I can't remember his handle out there in Chickasha, though.
You got Bullfrog that's down there.
Yeah, old Bullfrog. I ain't heard him in a long time either.
And guys, don't tell Gary that.
Gary used to act like he was talking to Bullfrog down there while we was all talking. I know he wasn't.
Damn it, my fan's kicked on like somebody turned the defrosters on in here.
Your turbo's kicked in?
Yeah. I normally have the switch on, but some old thermal switch is kicked in. Blows hot air across here.
I think I got them on this one here too. Back a couple of years ago I heard them kick in once, but I ain't never heard them kick in since. I don't know if they're still in there or not.
I'm still, when you turn it on, the fans come on.
Yeah, they come on as soon as you turn it on.
Yeah, see this one here, if you don't flip the switch back there for the fan, and it'll let you know when you get it hot, because it'll kick them on through that thermal switch.
Did you ever do anything with that other one that men you mess with? That, you know what I mean?
That 2-pill?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's out there, 1378, that's what he's going to use to drive his box.
Hey Roger, he's pretty happy with it.
Well, it works. It does exactly what he needs it to do.
Yeah, that thing was pretty faithful. That thing was real faithful.
That 2-pill deal, come on.
Hell yeah.
It actually did about what this in here is almost, well, it almost done what this here is doing. But this here is just idling.
Yeah, it'll do 200 feet. That's what he was wanting to put in that box.
Yeah. I don't know what my watt meter up here does. That old, I don't know what the name of that thing is, a dozy. But I didn't have no trouble getting 200 out of it.
Yeah, the way you're running that over there, it'll last forever.
Yeah, this here it is. Right now, this kid about 25 watts. This weighing about 175, something like that.
Pete?
Hello. Now you got it back. That's 275.
Roger, I think I heard Larry holler at you.
Hello, Bob. Hello, dog.
Wait a minute there, Larry.
Yeah, sounding good out west. Got a question for you. Who was that, that passed away here the other night?
Well, that girl's in there now. I think she was in there a minute ago, but it was...
626 okay, dead Larry.
626 or 626?
It's 626 okay, Larry.
If it was 26, that was David Baker.
His name was Mike.
Yeah. What's his name, George?
Yeah.
His name is Mike.
Y'all give her a break. She's trying to holler at Larry.
Larry, his name was Mike.
Said his name was Mike.
Yeah, she said it's Mike.
CB Cup.
Yeah, I told her last night if it's an okay number, you'd know who it was.
Yeah, I ought to, but yeah, I'm having trouble finding out who it is.
He was friends with Skip, Charlie, Jeep, and Rocky and them.
Can you hear her, Larry?
I can tell she's in there, but I can't tell what she's saying.
He was friends with Skip and Jeep.
I think I heard her say something about Skip and D.
Jeep.
Well, good luck with all that. I'm out here.
Good night, Snake.
No doubt.
Nothing, neighbor.
Waving a badge.
Yeah, I'm gonna stand by here, Hippie. I'm gonna let you 10-5 for it, because I can't understand her real good tonight.
Skip and Jeep, I think she said.
Yes. Sorry, I have flood water in the back of my house, and it's infecting with the antenna.
I understand what the young lady's saying, and I was just trying to find out who it was you were talking about.
Hippie, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Skip and Jeep.
Skip and Jean?
Jeep. Like the vehicle Jeep.
Oh, Skip and Jeep.
He's the one that Mike's the one that bought the tower over on Reading Drive. His numbers was 626.
Yeah, okay, 626.
Bought a tower on Reading Drive.
Mike.
Mike, okay, well, that 626 is way too big a number for the OK bunch.
I feel like we're playing a game show.
Yeah, it kind of feels that way, but I was just trying to figure out who it was she was talking about that had passed away.
Well, I believe she said his name was Mike. I think she said it.
Larry, I'll text you. I got your phone number and his phone.
Was that New York, Mike?
Was that New York, Mike?
Yes.
Yes, it was.
Okay, yeah. Well, he didn't have an OK number, but yeah, I know who she was talking about then, yeah. We've met him a couple of times before he passed and actually helped him a little bit, so yeah, sorry to hear about his loss there, but I do know who she's talking about now. Thank you for the QSP there, Bob.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I do want to let everyone know his CBs here are for sale. He said if he ever passed to get rid of them.
7-3s and I'm a go.
All right, 658 up there. You know who. I'm out.
She did say his CB stuff is up for sale, if anybody's interested in it.
What is it?
She don't need no lowballers.
What is it? What's he got?
Nope, I already got prices. This guy named Rocky helped me out with prices.
Having a tough time hearing him now. I moved.
Did you say Rocky?
Yes, Rocky.
Well, I guess Rocky's the one that knows about it. If anybody wants to contact Rocky.
Is it the Rocky that lives in Moore?
Yeah, he's the one that fixes the CBs. He knows all about what CBs Mike had.
10-4 on that. Yeah, Rocky's a good person. You can trust him.
What kind of stuff's he got, did she say?
You have to get a hold of Rocky. He can probably tell you.
Hey, 10-4.
Yeah, Rocky's probably one of the most honest ones out there. I'd have to say that myself. from you?
Yeah, he came over like 3 days after Mike passed and gave me prices for all his CBs.
Yeah, he's good people.
Well, I'm gonna go sit on the side and go make some homemade egg rolls.
Well, what time they gonna be ready?
Whenever the bacon's finished.
Well, that sure sounds good. Hey, you have a good evening.
You too.
Stand in line.
Stand by. Yeah, I won't make a pig of myself. About 2 would probably be all I could eat.
Yeah, I put vegetables, barbacoa, bacon, and onions in it. And then I air fry them.
Boy, they do sound good. Do you live here in Oklahoma now, or are you just up here from New York visiting?
No, I've been living with Mike for the past 5 years.
Roger that. Well, you ought to keep that radio. At least keep you one there to talk on.
Yeah, there's a couple we're keeping, like the Icon 718 and the Cobra 142.
10-4. Yeah, that Cobra 142 is a good radio. Keep you a little small amp there, too. Rocky help you out on hooking it up. Yeah, I know. Old Gary's out there, old Twinkle Toes. It's hard to talk to a woman. He always wants to butt in and be silly. He don't know how to talk to a woman.
Oh, the guy from last night?
Yeah. He can't help it. He just loses it. But you take care of yourself out there. Enjoy your egg rolls. They do sound good. We'll catch you later.
Yeah, moved on. I sent my brother over there to check up on you, make sure old timer didn't whoop up on you or nothing. But I didn't know he was gonna try to drink your beer.
Yeah, old timer, he's kind of sad. It's sad the way he acts when a woman gets on the radio. He's very, I don't know the word other than a damn predator is what he acts like, a predator.
Okay, disrespectful as hell.
He's just a dickhead. That lady there, though, she seems like she's smart enough, and she knows how to treat somebody like that. She knows what to say.
Yeah, going in there to foster care, you know how to handle those kind of people.
Oh, you could go to the right?
Yeah. He's too bright. Especially him, he's not. And he starts that AI crap. Oh, you're not real, you're not real. My God, we know you're real. And if he don't, he's got a problem.
between two buildings and that road will... If you want, just wait for me right here, and and just follow me. Okay.
He just uses that as an excuse to be stupid.
You're exactly right, Dr. Bob. He uses that AI for a reason to be stupid and disrespectful.
Be some funny crap that my uncle goes and haunts his ass.
Yeah, it cracked me up right there. That's what I'd do when I get old and I die, which I'm already old, but when I die, I'm gonna go haunt Gary.
My uncle was like very overprotective with me, especially because I'm autistic.
Yeah, I'd hate to come over to haunt him and he'd be over with a couple of them there naked cowboy riders there having him a porn show.
Well, he's in the frogs, too.
Yeah, he likes to penetrate a frog every now and then.
Yeah, I'm almost guessing he probably starts them off with tadpoles. We know what he does with a tadpole.
Yeah, so what you're saying, don't show up over the stream dressed as a frog.
Kind of like them Masters brothers with them gerbils.
Yeah, but he may be into them gremlins too.
You sure he ain't into that horse porn either?
Hey, I tell you what, I wouldn't put nothing past him. What is your handle?
My uncle gave me 607 New York.
Here are to unload, right here to the left.
607 New York.
And these chutes over here, where I'm at right here to the left, those are loading chutes. And it's a bitch to hit these whenever there's trucks in the way.
They call me Moondog up here. I'm up here on the southeast side of the city. You sounding good up here, though. Make a good trip.
Yeah, I can hear some truckers sitting at a loading dock in the background.
Roger, Dodger. Yeah, they say it's a trucker channel, but it really ain't. It's everybody's channel. Ever since that Smokey and the Bandit movie, everybody thinks that the Channel 19 is for truckers only, but it's not. Hell, if it was truckers only, there wouldn't be nobody out there talking.
True that.
I thought the trucker channel was 18 for 18 wheels. You gotta come back in and be sure and tell me how good their egg rolls were.
I sure will. I make them every single month. Mike used to love them, and he said he hated egg rolls, but when I started making homemade ones, he surely would eat like 5 of them.
That'd be a fucking good-ass business for you.
Yeah, I like egg rolls. I tell you what. I get them over at Jack in the Box. You ever tried them? Egg rolls over at Jack in the Box?
Yeah, I have, but I think I like homemade ones better than I do fast food places.
I'll tip for it. Yeah. Well, them there's the closest I get to egg roll I like. But, yeah, Jack in the Box, I always get me a couple of them tacos, Jack in the Box taco, and a 3-pack of egg rolls.
Yeah, I like their burgers, their egg rolls, and their jalapeno poppers.
Yeah, I ain't never tried their jalapeno poppers. I'll have to try them.
They have just the right amount of cheese in them, which is good.
Yeah, I don't like anything too hot myself. I like it just to be hot enough to make it taste good.
Not Mike. He would sit here and eat ramen. He would eat spicy ramen and then add Valentina hot sauce in it to make it even more spicier.
That sounds like a rattlesnake. He eats that habanero sauce like it's nothing. Hell, I can't even hardly eat a good jalapeno without getting set on fire.
Yeah, anything close to jalapeno, I'll have to do like a jalapeno popper with like cream cheese wrapped in bacon. Then I can handle it. But I gotta make sure the seeds are out of it so it ain't that spicy.
Yeah, my niece used to make them like that Thanksgiving and Christmas when we all get together. Them things were the bomb.
Yeah, I've been experimenting with new things, so.
But I'm gonna get back quiet. Hey, you have a good one over there. We'll catch you later there.
Yeah, I'm going to too. I gotta go check on this bacon.
Is that code word for police officer?
No, I'm cooking actual bacon to put in egg rolls.
Oh, damn, sounds good.
And you were way off on that one.
Yeah, I don't know if I could have been any further off.
But there is some piggies sitting outside my house at the Rancho Village Apartments for them.
Is there a donut shop close?
Closest donut shop they're gonna get is on Western, Dunkin' Donuts.
Maybe they're lost.
Oh no, these idiots were shooting off their guns over there, and then the one guy's drunk, he's running down the street in his underwear, so they're trying to get him.
Oh no.
Damn it, he got night and day mixed up. He thought it was morning.
I tell you, these damn Mexicans over here are crazy.
That's what we call, it's a Little Friday. It's not quite Friday, so just call it Little Friday. Your radio's working good.
Yeah, that northwest side is, kind of a rough place to be on a Friday night or a Saturday, well, any night.
Where's that old boy that gets wound up on those brownies? I like listening to him. Does this radio sound okay?
it?
Must be, I don't know. I'm getting into this.
Gotta take a smoke break now and then.
That's what my radio usually does, go up and smoke.
Yeah, Dr. Bob, I believe I could sit and listen to her talk all night.
Roger that.
Yeah, she's making me hungry with the egg rolls. I just ate damn near a whole pizza.
Pizza's bad for you.
Lord, all that grease.
Hell yeah, it's fucking heart attack, cat.
She's got a good radio voice. Yeah, I don't know what kind of radio that she was talking about, but it's good and clear. Yeah, there at first I was having a little bit of trouble understanding it, but all of a sudden, man, she jumped up there, man, she was top shelf.
You gotta dial them in there sometime, Moondog.
Well, I was trying to, man. I was turning every dial on here, trying to get her dialed in there real good. Mentioning them egg rolls, though, it kind of threw me out of the ballpark for a minute. Made me hungry.
Man, I used to float out there at Oxnard, California, Monday night. Got loaded, we'd come up through the through the country, back over Palmdale, California, go through Moore Park, I think, Simi Valley. There's a donut shop. They's open 24 hours. Man, they had the best egg rolls. Them motherfuckers, they were big. You know, like a big fucking burrito. Them were the best egg rolls.
Yeah, you know, I don't believe I've ever had an egg roll with bacon in it. And onions and stuff like that. Boy, that just sounded damn good.
Yeah, they'd make them, they'd have sausage in them, or, I don't know, but it had real stuff in it, you know. Didn't look like something had already eat it and pooped it out, you know what I mean?
These egg rolls you get nowadays at these restaurants, it looks like something they pulled out of the freezer and just heated them up.
Well, that's the way that most of these Chinese places, they all get them from the same place, that fucking Evergreen Foods. Hell, you squeeze, and it looks like, it just looks like it's already been eaten, the inside of them.
Yeah, you know, that's like there's a place down here on the Eastern, down there, where the old Paris flea market is, right in front of it. You can go in there and get breakfast burritos. Man, them things are about 6-8 inches long, with potatoes and eggs and onions. You can't find them nowhere else that good.
There's a place over on Southwest 29 named Tequila Los Devoltes. They have a burrito that's a super burrito, and that thing's heavy.
Oh yeah? Whereabouts that on 29th?
There's a food truck that's in a carpet parking lot. It's right across the street from that.
Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about over there. Nothing but Western, I think, ain't it? Well, east side of Pennsylvania. about Western in it. Curious.
Kind of funny. Back in the day, 29th Street, where you used to go buy a used car. Now you go to 29th Street to get Mexican food.
I think you can go to every corner now to buy Mexican food, to be honest.
That's a fact.
Don't forget the weed shops.
The weed shops, the 7-Elevens.
Yeah, used to, you go to 29th Street, you just went from one car lot to another until you found one that they'd finance you.
Yeah. Yeah, you gonna work on that Sunday before you get home with it.
Yeah, if you get home with it, you're lucky.
Yeah, my ex went to a car lot. I think it was 29th Street car lot, I think it's called. And he bought a truck from there, and we couldn't even get it out of the parking lot. It died on him.
Yeah, that's the way it was.
Yeah, that's why I was lucky before my uncle died. I went to CarMax up there on East Memorial and got my vehicle. And they didn't realize the transmission was gone, but they fixed it and put a brand new transmission in it for me.
Yeah, my granddaughter just bought a car from them. And she actually works at a body shop. And this thing had been wrecked. And she took it back up there and told them about it. They gave her a little static, but she said that she'd get her a lawyer if she had to. And, you know, they went in there and fixed it. But it was, didn't show on the title that it's ever been totaled.
Yeah, I was, when I got it last year, we were driving to Arkansas when the transmission went and got stuck like 15 minutes from the Arkansas border. And CarMax sent a tow truck all the way out there to get us.
Yeah, they treated her good after she finally talked to them a little bit. But, yeah, but it was a big deal. She just knew about cars if they'd been wrecked and stuff. She does some kind of appraisal or something on the insurance cars that's been wrecked. She's a young girl, but she's actually pretty sharp.
We got in a wreck in June of last year. A dude rear-ended us, pushed our trunk in and everything. We got it straightened back out. It looks like brand new, yeah. Some drywall screws holding the bumper on, but the plastic piece, but hey, it works. Our trunk closes and latches and opens.
Heck yeah, if it works, it's good.
The cops were surprised when they showed up at the accident that none of the airbags deployed and all the lights in the backup camera still worked.
You was lucky.
Oh, I think what saved us is we still had the spare tire in there. I think that's what stopped it. The sucky part was that accident was on the day of my birthday, and the doctor, when I went to the hospital to hit my head, thought I was hallucinating.
Thought you was hallucinating.
Yeah, because he asked me what my age was, and they put me in room 28, and that's my age. And he said, well, I think you got a concussion. I said, no, dude, that's my age. Today's my birthday.
That's funny.
Yeah, my uncle was looking forward, because he was going to do something big this year for my birthday, because it's my last year in my 20s, but looks like you can't do that now.
Dang it, you're just a youngin' still yet.
Yep.
Well, you can always celebrate your birthday with him in mind.
Oh yeah, I'm going out with some friends. But I know my limit with drinking. Once I know my limit, I'm telling my friends I'm going home.
Just always remember, don't drink and drive.
Oh hell no, I'll call my daddy. He's an Uber driver.
Hell yeah, you got a plan.
I did that once in New York, and the cop followed me all the way home. I was lucky that he didn't give me a ticket. He just said, "You're a good damn driver after drinking." He said, "Don't ever do it again."
Dang it. He was a nice cop.
You don't get many nice cops. I had a cop pull me over here in Oklahoma because I had a cracked windshield, but I was heading to the windshield place, and they still gave me a ticket. And I told them that's where I was headed to, and I was up the street from it.
Yeah, I'd have took that, after I got the ticket, I took that where I just got the windshield fixed the same day and told him I was going to get it fixed, and I told him.
I went down to the courthouse the next day after it got fixed and showed them, and they disregarded it. I didn't have to pay the ticket.
Well, that's good. So you're really not that new to the CB. You used to talk on it a lot, huh?
I used to talk on it a lot when I was in the truck with my grandfather when I was younger.
Hey, Roger. Well, I can tell you're familiar with the CB. You know how to talk on it.
Yeah, Mike was teaching me some things, too. Some of the new things.
Yeah. You know, I probably talked to him before, but I don't remember it. I used to talk a lot of sideband back in the day, but you know, it's kind of sad. People pass and you know their voice, but you don't know their names.
Yeah, before he used to be on every single night on at like 8 o'clock up on 30. And as he started getting sick, it was like signs we didn't realize, but he started slowly decreasing and none of us realized it.
Yeah, it's kind of sad, but sound like he has some good family to take care of him. Sound like you've done a good job looking out for him.
Oh yeah, I made sure to take care of him. Yeah, it's sad that I couldn't afford to get him cremated, but at least his body's donated to science, and once they're done with him, they'll give me his ashes.
Hey, there ain't nothing wrong with that. What you did there might help somebody else down the road. You know what I mean?
That new thing going on, even though if you were dead for a while, they can take your kidneys and basically rehydrate them. They're going to try that with his.
Well, most likely somebody will benefit from it down the road. You may not know who, but somebody will, I guarantee you.
Oh yeah, I've donated my mom's body when she passed away in 2018. They sent me a letter. They donated her eyes to this little girl, and they keep messaging me, asking me if I want to meet her, and I'm like, nah, I can't.
It's amazing. It's amazing what can go on, you know, that they can do nowadays. It's just plumb amazing. But that's cool as hell. That's cool.
Yeah, he always said, I don't care what you do with my body, I'm dead.
But all I ask my kids is, and I'm 69 years old, all I ask my kids is if you cremate me, don't flush me down the toilet stool.
Yeah, that's my dad's request. He said, if you cremate me, don't flush me down the toilet. I don't care where you put me, but you can let me out in the wind, you can whatever, but don't flush me down the toilet.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I'm pretty sure about two of my kids, but I got that one, and I don't know. She was probably trying to flush me.
Yeah, see, Mike cared a lot about me because like I said, I'm young, but I have health issues that you would think that my person my age would even have, but I have them.
You sound like you got some smarts, and it sounds like you got a family that's got some smarts that's taught you.
Oh yeah, I graduated in the top 10 of my class. I was valedictorian, and I graduated high school as a certified nursing assistant at the age of 19.
Damn it. I always used to tell my grandson, I say, you need to get involved in computers. Be some kind of computer technician. Well, he got into diesel mechanics, and now then he's a diesel mechanic computer technician.
Yeah, my younger sister's into mechanics. So every time something goes wrong with my car, I'm always calling to New York to ask her what's wrong with it.
Heck yeah, my trouble is I can't never get a hold of him when I need to, like my grandson, if I need his help figuring out something, he'll call me 3 or 4 days later and I'll say, I done got it fixed now.
Yeah, I was smart now. If I buy a vehicle, I bring my code reader just to make sure there ain't no major codes.
Hey, I'm gonna get back quiet here. I gotta get me another beer. Hey, you have a good one if I don't talk to you no more. Hey.
You too.
Moondog, don't let Junebug over there drink up all your beer. Well, the last time I let him out, let Junebug out, I'd shut the back door. I don't know. Unless he could open that door, I'm good. Yeah, that was my brother. I seen him over there to make sure Old Timer wasn't whooping up on you or nothing. I didn't know he was going to drink up all your beer. Heck yeah. Well, I appreciate your concern there, bud. I won't let you drink it all, but I just set a bowl full out there on the back porch. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'll try to look up for all my friends.
Yeah, I'm sitting here drinking some Jack and Coke since I don't have any Crown Royal.
I'll give you a Crown.
months, you know. Got down there, and I reloaded up that next morning after I unloaded, you know. Yeah. I took a load of dope out down there, and I don't know what they did. Back up to there, you know. Moved up there yet. You're still not on the I got a Texas. So now you should move up there until the end of October. So that's probably October to the end of September. Yeah. Oh yeah. Make them all day long. That ain't no good. Yeah. Yeah, I got that one loaded out. I mean, the guy told me, I told him what time I'll be there. He said, y'all just pull up there. The car, he said, it's big old line on the spot. He said, just park here, and we'll get there in the morning, and we'll get everything set up, so the portable chute set up, and we'll come get you up, and we'll get you unloaded, and you can either sit there on the chute or pull up, and we'll get you a couple hours out while we get everything else set up ready for you. And I'm like, that'll work for me. I was home for a minute about everything until you tell me about it. I said, I'm like, that sounds too good to be true. I bet I won't be loading right there in the same spot. I bet I have to go 20, 30 miles down the road or something to get reloaded. Yeah, that seems like right up his old alley there. That load I took down there to Alabama for him, I mean, I turned off the highway. I mean, it was on Blacktop Road until we got to the County Dirt Road. But I mean, until we went back west, there was about 10 miles and to a little wide. I had to turn around on the dirt road and go back up the there. Probably about another 6 miles. But once you get in there, I mean, it wasn't too bad. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the people I hauled them to, he said that they buy cattle off of, you know, it's not like on a normal regular basis. He said, we're not
we might not buy another load from them for a year or 2 years, you know. He said every time we get a cattle from them, he said they do really good. He said, so we just, about every 2 years or so, we'll get a load from them.
You don't hear that very often.
Yeah.
Any smoother?
No. It might be just a tad, but I mean, hell, they can come back through there and grind on it, you know, a couple more times. That still won't be. Might be a little better if they did that.
Yeah. Anything at this point.
Yeah.
They're usually working on it this time of night. Last 2 times I've been up here.
Yeah.
Hopefully they ain't done.
Well, you know, this is Oklahoma. Anything's possible there, driver.
Yeah. OKC's going to forget how to play basketball. They keep having to wait.
Yeah. I heard that they're supposed to be building a new arena for them.
Yeah, right there north of the one that's there now. They're going to tear that. I guess that's the convention center or something. They're going to tear it down.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Wonder what's up with that.
Like I said, they got on that mud flat deal and everything. I mean, they've been staying pretty consistent with everything else, with everybody else.
Yeah, maybe these little stores are too high.
But yeah.
Place Petro TA does, they got to spend up a certain amount to really give them discounts.
Yeah. Just like casing, you just put your cold in right there at the pump. Don't even have to go inside or anything. Yeah. Yeah. I stopped up there at Casey's there in the other there, one that they just got down building there west of town. Pulled up there, put my code in. They said, invalid code. And I was like, no, it ain't. I've done it again, done it 2 or 3 times. I like looking at my fuel gauge. I was like, shit, I got nothing to make it all the way to McAllister. So I just canceled my damn code and took off. Going there and in the area that they just got done building, they're on the west side of town now, off of 40. You get there at the stop sign, instead of going straight and coming in on the north side, you turn left there, come in on the west side, and enter from that way, then you exit out, you just turn back around and go straight and go back up underneath the bridge or whatever. But yeah, I had to stop back in there since it's saying that code is wrong, invalid or whatever, and I'm like, there ain't no way it's invalid. So I double checked to make sure I punched it in right, and every time I'm like, screw it, I'm gone. Yeah. I don't think it's been, I'm probably been in there at Casey's there in McAllister maybe once, maybe twice this year so far. Yeah, every time I always go in there, damn fuel pumps, one of the fuel pumps ain't working, the pumps are running real slow. I just, since all of us came in and all the other stuff down in Colorado, I just go down there and get some EPA there in Savannah. That's where I get my fuel at. Yeah, I'll get on that and I'll look and see what the prices are and whichever one's cheapest and everything. But yeah, like that, down there, we're still a couple of cents cheaper than Casey's is. Sitting right there in the middle, Shane, that's him.
got your ears on? Did I watch out Alito? Are you doing the watch out Alito?
Did I just run over something, or was that just that damn bridge? Yeah, me too, but it popped like that.
the white women at?
I gotta get my butt back into my gym routine, so I'm gonna head on over to the gym. Okay. Yeah, I'll be gone a few hours and I'll be back. I'll probably be back just in time to get soaking wet when I hook back up. He said he got full book, he can't get me early anyway, so. I've been saying for a while I need to, and so I'm finally going to go do it. I got to get my butt back in a routine. I used to do it almost every single night, you know. I hear you. All right, well, get some sleep. Won't see you after a bit. Yeah, be good. Yeah. Radio check. Radio check. Anybody out there? Give me a radio check.
look up like Shawnee stuff.
There's one sitting out there at the 130, I believe. Other than that, you look good going that way.
Two county cops were to capture tow truck and a pickup truck there at the get-off ramp down 35 southbound.
appreciate all the way up there to 108. I appreciate it. You got some Malaysian wind coming at you. You get up there this way to Gary. good all the way up there to 108. He's got a bad storm coming head on there westbound.
What y'all talking about up here in OKC? Slap a hole, Joe wanna know.
You good up through there northbound, you got it on?
Yes, sir.
Keep peeling off going west, you might pay attention to that storm that's coming across there.
10-4, yeah, I'm going straight up. I hadn't checked the weather yet, but I've been hearing about it on the radio a little bit.
Yeah, you ought to be good going up through there north till you get about Tonkalon. I'd probably pay attention to it about up there.
At 10-4, alright.
Yeah, appreciate it. Everything's right.
Alright, man, y'all look good down that way.
Appreciate it. We're going to hang around it.
CQDS, unit number 99 Jamaica. Hello, yes, hello. 99 Jamaica lift, man.
DX, hello, unit over 9. Good morning. Just along coming in your receiver, friend. Good morning, unit number 99 Jamaica, ready. Good morning, Jamaica West City. Good morning, how do you do? Appreciate the wave. Unit number 99 Jamaica, listen. Hello, DX, hello, 99 Jamaica. Hello, DX, hello, Jamaica, unit number 99 Jamaica, looking condition, hello, DX, hello.
¿Me oye, bueno?
Simón, échale.
Un poquito para atrás.
¿Para atrás?
Me tengo que dar la vuelta aquí.
Échale.
radio on here at MBM.
Hey, you can't park there.
them fucking brown onions here if you don't mind. guy jammed that signal out a long time ago.
over there, you'll hang a ride, go down and clear off the next railroad track, you'll hang you another ride, and then start riding, you'll go back out over there by that rock place. I appreciate that, thank you.
Yo, 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 yo. Hell yeah. This thing ain't getting out. Hell yeah. That's getting out.
¿Vas a tirar en otro lado, güey? No, güey, ya valió gorro, sí me atasqué.
Hell yeah. Oh, goddamn, man. Come on, get off of that bullshit, you dumb bastard. The only one starting shit out here is you motherfuckers when you key up crying. Nobody even said a goddamn thing to your fucking stupid ass. Oh, there he is again. Let's tell him he's gonna start shit again. You motherfuckers do that all the fucking time, man. What the fuck is wrong with you people? I ain't heard anybody out here say anything until now. I key up and say one word and you go, oh, there he goes again. He gonna make me quiet. He gonna hurt my feelings. Wait, trying to talk again. Wait.
Damn it.
Goddamn crybabies, man, I swear. Another one of them, oh, he's out here again. Hell, I've been on this motherfucker over 4 decades. And I don't know why you motherfuckers cry now. I mean, goddamn, where was y'all at back in the day? Crying and whining. You know what? We didn't have crybabies like that. We didn't have people running through here crying because somebody's talking on the radio. You ignorant fucks nowadays are about some dumbass some bitches. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I like to get on there and give them hell.
Yeah, I like hearing them cry. Especially them soy latte motherfuckers out there. I enjoy listening to them whiny bag about nothing. You know, they just cry and whine about not a damn thing. Don't make no sense.
They're whiny bitches, that's all they are.
Too much echo.
Hell yeah. That's like them ones last night. Oh, you guys need to quit talking on this channel. Hell, if we didn't talk on this channel, you wouldn't hear a damn thing on here. Wouldn't be nobody be on here. damn it. Well, it's gonna rain some more.
Want me to shine my headlights for you? Hey, they're bright back there up against that belly dump. I can see them pretty good.
That crybaby ain't got nothing else to say.
I'm right here, motherfucker.
He is all cried out.
Yeah, it's still solid where I'm sitting at. Yeah, 10-4.
The hell did he say?
I said I'm right here, motherfucker. You okay? It's up this morning.
go.
say we're supposed to start drying out right now. No more rain for today, tomorrow or Sunday, and thank God I am sick of the rain already.
Copy that.
Just another steering wheel hanger.
Steering wheel holder.
Yeah, go ahead, kick it back. Steering wheel holder.
Get on down with the steering wheel.
Got my automatic. Riding guide.
They drive automatics, that way they can play on their telephone. They'll be texting on their cell phone while they're driving. Too complicated to do it driving the standard.
More on that, that's what I'm doing right now. My girlfriend down in Florida, talking on the TV, got one foot up on the dash. Can't reach the sign. Big rigger. Talking Billy Bob Big Rigger.
I know one thing, that making them speak English, that's going to mess a whole bunch of them up. And even if they do try to speak English, their accent is going to be so damn bad, you still ain't going to understand what they're saying.
Yeah, I'm afraid I'm going to have a job. Get rid of the front door before I run.
Listen to him, he's bad. I triggered one of them. You hear that Spanish accent.
Yeah, you like them jalapenos.
Jalapenos ain't hot there now. You gotta get some Carolina Reapers, some ghost peppers or something. That's what I'm talking about.
Who you gonna call?
Hot. That bus ride back home.
After eating all that hot stuff, them jalapenos they're like banana peppers now.
Ah, them white boys can handle that stuff.
I don't know, I've been eating some hot shit here the past few days, and it's kind of rough in the mornings. It's kind of on fire a little bit.
Yeah, I'll bet that's warming up the old booty hole.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It's pretty rough. Yeah, I bought me some more of them hot links over at Rogers Meat Market. And they got them, I don't know what they call it. They got like 4 different hot links. And I got the hottest one they got. Hell, if you just eat it by itself, it ain't that bad. But as soon as you heat it up, cook it a little bit, oh, goddamn. You can just smell it. they're coming out with new shit about 9/11. They're trying to cover up the new videos that came out that don't even show a plane hitting the second tire and all this shit. I'm sure it's probably some kind of manipulated crap, but now after all these years, the mainstream government news put out some story about, oh, this guy right here in the 90s, he was seen filming around the Capitol and all this stuff. And I'm like, what the hell, man? That shit's older than hell, and you just now coming out with that because some real shit came out, so they're trying to sidetrack everybody.
Sounds about right for our government.
I don't know. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell anymore what the hell's real and what ain't and all this shit, but they got these old videos that's supposed to be from when that happened, when they went around interviewing people, and they're claiming there wasn't no plane that hit the second tire. Everybody was saying it was a bomb, all this shit, but yeah, there's a lot of shady shit about that whole fucking thing.
Roger on that.
They blew them buildings up and everybody knows it.
Well, I know they blew it up. That motherfucker was on Channel 13, the guy that owned it. So, oh, we heard, like that Building 7. Their official story is, oh, a piece of debris landed over there and caught the building on fire and it collapsed. You watch that fucking video, that building collapsed from the center out. It collapsed in on itself. Demolition. Controlled demolition, just like the Twin Towers. They fell right in their footprint. And I don't know why it's so hard for people to realize that. You go watch all these videos of controlled demolition, and it'll show you right there. And you can see all the puffs of smoke. I said, well, that's the floors pancaking together. Bullshit. The guy that owned that complex took out an insurance deal not too long before that happened, and he got paid.
Yeah, he doubled up on his insurance right before it happened. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah. And then they couldn't find no gold in the bottom of that tire. And what cracks me up about the whole thing, when it happened, for months and months, I kept seeing this shit, their bucket loaders and all that, they kept melting off because they was digging down there in that thermite and that molten lava. And they even showed satellite picture of that shit just glowing. I know one thing, they got all that stuff out of there fast. That's like that murder bombing here that was a setup. They lie their ass. I live here and I've seen all that bullshit. I seen what they did when that first happened, and then they changed their story, and yeah, it's a crock of shit.
Yeah, they had all Hillary's paperwork were in that courthouse building there, right where it blew up at. All her stuff they had set up on her, going to indict her on.
Yeah, that Channel 4 newscast of that morning when it happened, you can't find that shit anymore. Because they went out there, they was out there interviewing people and talking about, oh yeah, I got a page on my pager not to show up to work today. Huh? And then they claim they have video. They went around to businesses and collected all the video, and we ain't never seen it. All they said, well, we got the video of it. We'll see it. We'll show you a dramatization of it. Motherfucker, I want to see the actual video of what they got, but they ain't releasing it. They know it's bullshit. That's why they killed old Tim McVeigh so fast, so he couldn't speak out.
Yep.
And one another thing that people ain't caught on to about all that shit, even when it happened, when that murder bombing shit happened, what'd the government do? They passed the Patriot Act. When that 9/11 shit happened, what'd they do? They passed the Patriot Act too. And a lot of people ain't even heard of that shit. More or less even read any of it. And that shit classifies all of us out here right now as terrorists against this country. But, you know, everybody's alright with that. Your own government classifies all of us as domestic terrorists.
Somebody got their tin hat on this morning.
No, it ain't no tin hat. You ever go read any of that Patriot Act shit? You homeschool your kids, you're a terrorist. You don't do this and that. It's a Christian. They even got that in there. You have to go back and find the original version of it. I'm sure after all these years, they've probably doctored it up. A lot of that's too much for little simple mind people. They can't grasp what the hell went on or what's going on now.
I'm actually a survivor of the damn murder building thing, so you ain't telling me nothing.
Yeah, that murder shit, that was a setup. That was an inside job. Old Channel 4, there's more explosives on the inside. Yeah, how the fuck they get them in there? It had to have been an inside job. And plus, that's how the government gets rid of evidence. They just blow it up.
Hell yeah. I kind of woke up a little late.
All I know, I keyed up, said one word. Just one word, not toward anybody or anything, and what did I hear? There you are again, trying to start shit.
That's fucking almost a morning thing around here.
Here on the Oklahoma City early morning AM radio shit show.
Yeah, the guests don't show up. When they do, they don't last very long. They get their vagina hurt.
Yeah, what the hell you doing starting shit this early?
Yeah, run around acting like you kicked them in their taint. man, my lazy ass. That rain stuff has made me sleep like a baby. When do they open this frontier city out here? I want to go right on the ride.
Hell, that place sucks anymore. It's higher than hell. We used to like going out there until that Six Flags shit took it over, like they did Whitewater, and they fucked everything up.
I want to go out there and spend about $400 on worthless shit.
Costs you $400 just to get in. It's $200 to park, and then $200 just to get in.
Where's that at? Oh, damn, there.
I was talking about Frontier City over there. Yeah, the shit's a rip-off anymore, man. They've screwed it all up.
It's easy to fix, just quit going fast. Okay, come on.
They went out there ever since they jacked all that shit up. Hell, my kids were small. It's been a long time ago. I ain't never been back.
I think the last time I went there was to watch Kansas in concert. In Lubbock, we had a little small thing there in Lubbock, but they closed up. They haven't been out there forever.
All I know, I lived here my whole life, and everything that was fun around this city, these fucking retards have destroyed it. They've got rid of it. Anything that you had fun doing no longer exists around here.
Yeah, OKC done got big.
Well, me, I grew up going out fishing all the time, and now they jacked the price of a license up, and they cabled all the access off to the lakes and shit, except for where they want you to go. So, you know, they cabled it all off and gave it all to the bicycle motherfuckers. The bicycle motherfuckers don't pay anything to ride their bicycle, but I have to buy a license to go out there, but I get restricted.
I used to visit my granddad over in Duncan, Oklahoma. He just throws some rods and reels in the back of his car, and we just go fish off the nearest bridge. They won't let you do that shit no more.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but yeah, they blocked off the river over here. They held around the lakes. They put up them cables and all that shit. Like was it Draper Lake out here, out southeast here? There used to be a road that went around that lake. You could pull over, fish in the lake. Oh no, not anymore. They blacktopped that gravel road, dirt road, and made it into a bicycle trail. Now you can only get in certain spots that they want you to.
Makes finding the bodies easier.
Yeah, they'll just load them up on their little wagon behind the bicycle, take them out there and dump them.
I want to live in a van down by the river. A dude.
Yeah. He lives in a van down by the river. There used to be a dude down here, over here by where I live. I think he was underneath the Western Bridge. It's either the Western Bridge or the Exchange Bridge. Before they did any of this stupid dam stuff and all that, you used to be able to drive down to the river, drive along the river bank. You used to be able to do all kinds of stuff freely. And there used to be a guy in a van who lived underneath the bridge.
Now that's the life right there.
You can't even get down there now unless you want to walk a half mile.
Yeah, it kind of tripped me out when they dammed that up out here. You go down there to the north and the east of here, man, their damn river's almost completely fucking dry. Hell, there's been people shot for less than that, cutting off their water supply.
Yeah. Yeah, shit was a joke anyways. Man, when they put them dams in there, oh, we're gonna stock it for fishing, close to home fishing, and our tax money spent stocking every one of them in between them. And what they do, we got to open up the gates. All that shit they put in there, they let it wash out. So it's all down there, probably in Eufaula after all these years. And then they put in the little retention ponds called close to home fishing, but they gate them off. You can't even get to them from the main road. There's no parking lot. There ain't no way to get to them. You're gonna park out in the main road and walk over while they tow your shit off.
I mean, I wonder how they feel if you got on the side. We're gonna go ahead and dam up the Canadian River too.
Yeah, I still call it the North Canadian River. That's what it is. But they, oh no, what do you mean? Where's that at? You ain't talking about the Oklahoma River? It's a no, motherfucker. It's the North Canadian River.
Always has been. When I was growing up, it was the North Canadian. Hell, I used to go fishing that some bitch all the time up there. There used to be a place called Pauline's Bait House up there on the, right there off of 39th Street right there. I used to go up under that bridge and fish for catfish all the time.
Yeah, back in the day, best place to catch them catfish was right there underneath the Exchange Bridge where that barrel was, where the power lines up. That current had washed out a big old hole right there. Yeah, I caught an inflated, I think it was a Ford rim with an inflated tire on it over there. Drug it in. It was like a brand new tire. I guess it was spare. You never seen no dead bodies or nothing down there, but I've seen everything else. Hell, all I know, when I was a kid, that shit was pretty clean down there. It ain't nothing trashed out like it is now. It's fucking nasty. All these fucking bullshit they got everywhere and everybody throwing their trash out everywhere. And then they got them little buoy barricade thing. Oh, we gotta keep it looking good if people take pictures. We gotta keep all the trash in the creeks. Don't let it out in the river. Hell, years ago, they had I think it was on that Travel OK or some shit. That thing was on Facebook or some shit back in the day. They took pictures of the river And my old lady, she had this badass camera. She still got this badass freaking camera. And she took some pictures of the river and posted it on their post. Talking about this is what they want you to see, but this is what it really looks like with all the trash and all that. No, they didn't like that at all. And she put up a real picture of it, and they had their doctored picture with all the trash filtered out and all that shit. And all that bullshit you see down there by the river, Bricktown, that's all for tourists. I'm pretty sure majority of the people that live around here ain't going over there to no fucking spending $100 and something to get in to slide down a water slide.
And get shot at.
Yeah.
Like sands through an hourglass, these are the days of our lives.
It's kind of funny how it started out, it was supposed to be an Indian museum. And then look what happened. The city took it over and built all that motel, fucking water park, I don't know what all's over there. I drove by it here not too long ago. It's this bunch of crap. But, you know, ain't none of that shit benefiting none of us out here. It's just a revenue getter for the city. They say, oh, it's going to help the city. How in the hell is that shit going to benefit anything over here? It don't.
Pisses me off they turned that Kilpatrick Turnpike into a fucking interstate. How does that happen? That guy said they voted on it or some shit. I don't remember voting on it, but that turnpike was paid for the drivers of the state of Oklahoma. They just turn around and give it to the federal government.
So you don't have to pay tolls on it no more?
Yeah, you do. Plus you...
Oh, well, that's pretty much the same shit then. I don't know. Yeah, that toll road shit, that's another thing. They try to skirt around. Well, as long as we're working on it, we can charge tolls. Dude, what they're trying to do, their game plan is to make it look like Tulsa. You won't be able to get across town without getting on a toll road and have to pay money.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time Oklahoma built a free access highway. Them know our tax dollars. Hell.
They're at, I don't know. It's sad. All that crap they've been doing around here. This is your thing, we're repaving your roads. I've seen them do it quite a few times in my lifetime around here, and it don't last very long.
Yeah, they just did it. Right before I come down here, didn't they, Snake? Your road? Or right after I come down here?
Your damn teeth so you don't bite your tongue off.
Yeah, it's like at the end of my street over here. So they done come through here and ground up about an inch layer all up down my street and this around me and shit. And then they come back here, I don't know, maybe 2 weeks ago or a week and a half ago, and they ground up the shit they just put down on this road over here because it holds water. There's like a big old pond right there, and they should have fixed that prior to laying all that asphalt down. But now, for the past week, it's ground up and missing and full of water, and they just like disappeared. Now 29th Street, they just did that not too long ago, and it's all fucked up everywhere. It's probably worse now than it was before they redid it. I know your load, your freight, whatever the hell you're hauling, that shit's, if you ain't got it triple strapped, chained down there, you're gonna wind up losing something, or it's gonna shift. Cause you driving down 29th through here, or 152, whatever you wanna call it, yeah, you'll shift from one edge of the seat to the other, and probably bounce your head off ceiling a couple times.
Well, what do you expect, Snake? You ever seen these road crews? It's amazing our roads don't have more potholes in them. Every time I drive by, there's one guy working. One. Everybody else just standing around watching that motherfucker.
Yep. Yeah, I've seen that a lot. City workers. While they're over there camping out in the McDonald's parking lot back in the day.
The other day, they must have forgot their shovels. They were all standing around leaning on each other. We have too many chiefs and not enough Indians. Well, the Chinese, they invented something to go put them all out of job. It's a shovel with a kickstand on it. And a yellow vest. I think it was yellow vest, about the goofiest thing I ever saw.
Hell, that just makes you a target. So hit the yellow thing, or the bright orange. You gotta drive toward it.
Yeah, I remember they gave me one day and told me, you need to put that on anytime we get out of the truck. Why is that? Well, so the forklift driver don't run over you. Well, why is the forklift driver wearing one? Well, everybody don't wear one. Well, I got a better idea. Once you hire a forklift driver, watch where the fuck he's going.
Yeah, no shit.
You ever see a truck driver driving down the highway with his vest on? God damn, them were wrapped in the yellow vest. I may have to go through the day without running over all of them. I want to be laid to rest in my yellow vest.
Yeah, I don't know, some of them forklift motherfuckers, I mean, we got one at, well, two of them at my job. They can't drive a fucking forklift for shit. Motherfuckers fuck up pallets and drop shit and all kinds of crap. And then when they try to, move stuff around, we got a bunch of pallets. I keep telling them, it's like playing Tetris, motherfucker. You put that shit in a puzzle, pack it in there. I don't know what they do. It's something that takes maybe 10 foot to put all this stuff in. It winds up being fucking 75 foot because it's this way and that way and big old gaps and... It's just 4x4 pallets. I mean, they're square. They can't be that fucking hard, but yeah, it's freaking stupid.
Some people just don't get it. So easy a caveman could do it. Two more pallets on a trailer, but you can't point that out to some pointy head little fuckers. Yeah, those people we call Democrats.
Yeah, well, that one is a Trump hater, an illegal, and a Trump hater.
Yeah, no can speak English.
He speaks English. When they first got hired on, was his dad and his brother and him. When when they first got hired on, two of them, well, the one that's there still now, he speaks English, but he was translating for his dad and his brother, and both of them spoke English, but at first they was trying to play it off. They'd always have him translate and shit, but that's what they all do. Oh, me not speaking no English. Me don't understand. That's a lie, dude. All of them understand English. All of them can speak English. They might have an accent with it, but English is spoke around the world. All around the world. And motherfuckers can't, oh, I don't know what you're saying.
Well, I tell you who can't speak English is that them flip-flop wearing towel wrappers out here in these fucking trucks, man. You start thinking of them, their eyes glaze over.
Well, it's 'cause you're an infidel. You gotta realize them Arabic motherfuckers, Muslim guys, whatever, Iranians, us Americans are infidels. And in their religion, they're to kill all of us infidels. Don't never forget that. Them fucking Iranian Muslim motherfuckers are not your friends. They're out to kill your dumb ass.
Well, they better bring some kind of weapon, because, I don't walk around naked.
Yeah, I don't know, but they understand English. That's a bunch of bullshit. Because the majority of shit, different countries speak English, like Australia. They claim it's something else, but it's English. I understand England. All these other countries, they speak English and shit. And I know they speak other languages and shit, but English is spoke all over the place. And these assholes, I don't know what they're saying. But when you hem them up, and when the shit hits the fan, all of a sudden they speak perfectly good English. But they're bullshitting everybody, claiming they don't know, they don't understand, or they can't. It's a sideshow.
No English. ¿Qué habla inglés?
It's like my neighbors over here, for the longest time, me don't understand. And then, hell, I just talked to him here the other day about my tree. I was told him I was going to cut this shit down. He spoke perfect freaking English. Oh, but here a while back, blah, 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 we don't understand. So they try to play your ass. Don't fall for it.
Cállate, Julio, pan blanco, pendejo. Pinche joto.
And them wannabe Mexicans out there, the only thing they know is them cuss words. And that gay shit and cuss words, that's it. That's all they got. They can't hold a conversation. I damn sure can't. I'm not going to take the time out of my day to learn that bullshit. I live in America. You talk to me in English or we just ain't fucking talking. That's my, it's my stance on that bullshit.
Yeah, I agree.
Hell yeah. I don't know, no dude that lived next door, the guy that owns the house, when he first moved in, he had a real hard problem. I could kind of understand. He tried, but as the years went on and I kept talking to him and shit, it got better and better and better. I mean, they know what the fuck you're saying. But it's like, you know, I don't know what the hell they're saying when they're speaking Spanish. Yeah, that dude that used to live here, that's some of his family live here now, but he moved to Newcastle to get away from all the Mexicans. That shit just blows my mind. He's a Mexican dude, and he's trying to get away from the damn Mexicans. And he moved out there, and I seen him a little bit later on. He's like, man, they're moving out there now. He tried to get away, and they moved in around him. But hell yeah, that dude, he had a hard time saying different words and shit, and I would talk to him every day. And hell, every time he shows up to do something on that house or whatever, I see him out there, I go over and fuck with him. Yeah, we sit there and talk for quite a while. Yeah, but a lot of them, man, they just want to, I don't know, they try to play it off. They think everybody's stupid and going to fall for that bullshit, and a lot of them do. A lot of gullible people fall for that. Oh, me no speaking the weenies.
Yeah, my neighbors right next door to me, they're supposed to be part of the cartel or whatever. I was trying to talk to one the other day. That motherfucker just shrugged his shoulders at me and walked in the house. I was asking him something. He just shrugged his shoulders and walked in the house like he didn't know what I was talking about. Motherfucker.
Yeah, he knows what you're saying.
Play that mute shit when a white guy's talking to him. Let them 2 or 3 Mexicans get over. When they get the phone really going at it.
Yeah, they're probably illegal.
I imagine they are. One side of them on the west side of it, they're part of the cartel, Mexican cartel, and on the other side, I don't know what the fuck they are. They got a daughter over there. I asked her something, she'd seen our dog, she just shrugged her shoulders and got to point at her lips like, don't speak English or nothing, just pointing, shrugged her shoulders at me and walked back in the house, and whatever. And the mama looks white as hell.
Yeah, your echo. Yeah, that shit I can't understand that shit half time. That stopping and pausing and echoing and
that is a lot of echo.
Is that better?
Damn it.
It's better, Snake. I turned it all the way down.
Yeah.
Hey, she should have told me. I didn't know it was all the way up like that. Hey, is there a way you can tighten that up? Can you tighten it up, Snake?
Tighten what up?
That switch in there where it's like harder to turn up and down, because that's somebody's hairpin trigger on it.
No. No, that's it. It's just on a verbal. I mean, there ain't no way to. That's pretty much the way it is. I mean, I don't know. All of them I've got so far, that potentiometer is pretty loose. But that's good, though.
Right. I mean, I didn't know if that's the way it's supposed to be. I figured it might be because it's turbo.
Them are like knockoffs of the real thing, but they don't make the real thing anymore. But I don't know. Every one of them I've had so far, the knobs are loose like that.
This old boy there, he might be ready to pull out. He's talking to him right now. He may be able to get him in.
I'm about to tell you again, you got some more of them LED lights?
What's wrong with them?
The Echo's still on?
What?
Yeah, it should be off now. Yeah, my Echo still on, State?
Oh, what are you talking about the lights?
Yeah, these in this base, man, they've done burnt down. Yeah, they're dimmer than what was in there, the original ones in there. And that 88 starting, it done that too. Like it was real bright when you first put them in there, like about a month later, they started dimming down, down to nothing.
Hell, I don't know.
Well, I'll take a picture and send you.
Oh, mercy. I made it to the coffee pot and back.